Yo, 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 what's up? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Derek. Hope you had a wonderful weekend and congrats to the 2-month member badge. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Good morning, Harukanan. Hope you had a great weekend as well. Okay, let's just recap real quick. So we're in the process of creating or laying the groundwork for a procedural system for our creatures. It's pretty basic so far, I would say. We have one base mesh, and then we can generate some prefab. Randomize the position, randomize the rotation, randomize the scale, and we can also randomize. Let's see here. We can randomize some material properties here. The text is a little bit fucked up because we had to change the font because of a Unity bug, but content, yeah, we can change material properties here, both float, vectors, and colors. So I'm wondering what I want to do next. I'm thinking about adding some type of, we could add some pattern to our randomization. Right now it's just random. So what I mean is that we could fix so that when we generate these random spheres on our creatures, we randomize them like this, so they are more similar to eyes. That's one thing we're gonna do. And another thing, so right now we just use one mesh for the base. I think we're gonna create, so different creatures are gonna have to different creatures are gonna be built in a different ways. So we're gonna have some creatures that have like a base model like this. That's pretty static. Then we're gonna have some creatures like stone, I think, that will have maybe 10 different base models, and we just randomize from those. And then we're also gonna have creatures that has entirely procedurally generated bodies, but I'm gonna have to do some more research before we start implementing that one, because I think that's going to be pretty tough. So what I think we're going to start with today is we're going to do some additional basic stone models, and then we're going to randomize from those as well. I wonder if we can make it in such a way. Okay. In such a way that we can reuse this one, but we reuse it for base as well. That would be pretty cool, I reckon. I wonder about this generation mesh here, though. I think it's a better idea to have this one inside of the modules, actually. because different modules might have different base meshes. I think we want this one. This one should be here. Yeah, but let's create like 1 or 2 new base models, and yeah, then I think we're gonna leave. I want to randomize the material as well, I think, or this material, that is. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, we have this eye model we could roll with. Yeah, maybe we should use this one instead of... This one I want to remove. Really? Are our UVs... Okay, interesting. We're gonna take a look at that one as well. Extremely small as well. How big is this one by default? Let's take a look. It's pretty nice to have a model that is 1 meter in diameter, so we can easily and quickly translate scale. I don't know what's going on here though. Okay, let's do this. What's up, Cooler SK? I never left, did I? Let's delete this one. Okay, so this one has a 2. Let's do 0.5. So then now we know that it's 1 meter from this, from one vertex to the opposite. So the diameter. That's good for eyes. Let's take this one. From his unseen battle against Nintendo Assassins, no less. Yeah, they didn't stand a chance against me. I saw that, didn't they get a ruling against them a couple of days back? That the creature catching mechanic isn't unique enough or something like that. Thought I saw some good news concerning that. Okay, now we're talking. Although I think... It's a little bit low poly, but... And maybe, just maybe, do we want to scale... Maybe we want to... Yeah, of course we want to have it like this, right? We wanted to have this one here, I think. Yeah, so we want to rotate it by... we can fix that by just changing the forward. But we're gonna have to change the scale. We just changed the forward. And I just wanted to check one thing concerning this one. Are the UVs... the UVs are a bit... it's related to this plane and normal, I think. Okay, this actually looks pretty good. So if this works, or if it looks good here, why don't we get... Okay. I think I want to change the... We're going to change it in here. My bad. I'm wondering about this. The white highlight we're seeing here. It's a little bit too much. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Rim. Far away it looks okay, I guess. Yeah, I think. Extremely big. Oh yeah, I fucked up. Min, max. What did we have here before? 0.2, right? Wondering if something is wrong with the random color value. Or maybe this is type of random colorization you get if you go entirely random. Just looks like it's a bit of a boring color palette, you know? If we were to add... Oops. What is the saying? Less is more. This looks so much like this looks good-ish, I would say. Like a creature like this, I'm okay with. Maybe not the coolest of designs, but still. I think it's pretty cool. And then, of course, I would be okay with... How should we, to the pipeline we have currently, how would we add like randomization rules? I'm gonna look into that, but I want to fix the foundation first. But let's see here. So for instance, I would like, let's see if I can find... I think I want to allow for... Like this color is very pretty, I think. But I think I would like to allow for... Yeah, I would definitely want to allow for a... to get the eyes spawned here. Hell yeah, I think so. The problem when you have a static creature like this as well, like you want to add some sort of life to it, don't you? Just don't know what that would be. Yeah, let's see if we can get some rules in place later on. I wonder also, probably want to do some sort of texture. With a color palette instead of going into like full out random. What was it called? Oops, bisect. There we go. Hmm. Just want to see if we can get a nice stone-ish by going with a icosphere as a starting point. Just experimenting a bit. Could we do... No, that's probably weird. I guess this one included or not? Not. I'm wondering if we could make like this process, so what I'm doing right now, just starting with a sphere or a cube or something like that, and then we just do bisect, bisect, bisect. If we could implement that as some sort of procedural like a method in Unity, that would be very cool, I think. How would this look in game if we keep this? Maybe. I'm gonna show one thing I want to fix that we might do today as well. It's related to the cell shader. I want to use some... Yeah, I want to use vertex data. Either that we... we'll look into it soon. Because if we take this one and put it into Unity right now, like the reason we get... So there's a difference currently. We can show it like this. Where do we have here? Then let's add a cube, and let's add a cell shade material to this cube. problem you get with cell shading when you're just truncating, I guess, the color is that when this face goes from non-lit to lit by rotating, it happens instantly. Or we actually have a little bit of a edge here. But if it rotates quickly, you get this blinking, flickering stuff, pretty much. And it doesn't look that nice, honestly. And if you compare it to this one is also cell shaded, but I've named it prototype. But if we rotate it, you get like this. It slowly fades to another color. So the full face is the same color. We slowly fade it like this. And the idea is that I want to mix and match. So if we have an object that has a lot of vertices and is smooth like this, like a sphere, but part of it has a lot of hard edges like this and big faces, I want to combine those two ways of doing the shading so we can get nice shading for curved surfaces like this. We can see it here. But also avoid the flickering we get from this. My initial idea was to mark these faces with some vertex color. How we want the shading to happen. Or so you want to eat the cookie and keep it too. Exactly. But I think, like, I have... It's so specific enough that I should be able to have it and eat it. Because I'm gonna show, let's put this model into the game and we will see that I would wonder if I want to subdivide here a bit. Or do we do... let's bring this one in and I can show how it looks. Yo, what's up, Jax? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. Hmm. Hmm. I would probably be better off by doing this in Blender. It's kind of creepy. Yeah, that was to be expected, I guess. Oh, fuck it, let's see. Okay, but if we use a purely cell shade material, you can see here that we only get 2 shades, at least with this specular setup. While these has a lot of different shades. So if we take that one again, what is it called? Prototype. Prototype cell shading flat surface material. Here we go. And then we try this one. Then we get something like this, which I think is much better. I wonder how it looks on... And here we can see... This is the part I would want to improve, I guess. So here we want to do this total cell shading. And here we don't, but we're gonna get... we're gonna have to add some constraints to it so that the difference between smooth like this and this doesn't become too big, but yeah. Jax, maybe PBR is more suitable for rock. I don't know. Every dynamic object should be like cell shade. It's just... we have 2 approaches to do it. When we have a flat object like this, or when we have an object with big flat surfaces like this. And I'm just comparing. So we have this one, which is purely cell shaded. So that's when you get this flickering. Right. And then we have a semi cell shading that looks like this, and it's much better for these flat-ish kind of surfaces. Yet the norm or the outlines gets fucked up here as well. wonder why. We can fix that as well. Eventually. Hmm. And that's pretty bad. This one is rough. Hmm. Let's see what this would look like ish. I wonder. So we shade this and this, for instance, like we do this, but we shade this one like we do the character. Um, wonder how that would look. I want to try it and see how it looks. It might look very weird in certain conditions. And then I'm worried about this one as well. The shading issue we're seeing here. Hmm. Let's see. I don't think we can identify hard edges automatically in the shader, so I'm just gonna do, let's try doing some vertex painting here real quick. I just want to experiment with this one, see if it gives sorta a good result or not. But maybe we can do it with an even better model actually. Let's add a sphere like this. We can do 3216. Oh fuck, did I fuck up? Yeah, I did. Yeah, how do I want to do this? Let's just paint everything black except for this one. This one we paint white. Yeah, let's try this. What? Oh yeah. Okay. So the only difference between this one and this one is the edge setups. We do 1 1 1 1 here. So let's try and make just an if statement. Just a check, like a check based on vertex color, pretty much. Cell shade lit, vertex displacement, alpha clip, plane alpha clip. Cell shade lit. We take the color here. What do we do with the color? We don't do anything with input color, do we? No, I don't think so. Let's try return input color. Let's create a material as well. Okay. White, black. So basically I want to take this color, I want to, let's do it. Return input color is equal to 1. Bigger than 0.9. Less than 0.9. Okay. It's the thresholding here. It's this one. It's all of these. I think. Diffuse specular offset, distance, shadow. Not rim though. These. Diffuse specular offset, and then these. Okay, these 5. Calculate cell shading color. Let's send in Ooh. Since we're only testing, let's name it test. Let's do something like that. And the thing we send in here is input.color. Not so sure that we get what I want. No, we don't. This looks like shit. I'm not entirely sure if I know what's going on here. Okay, this doesn't work for this one for some reason. Input.color is bigger than 1 here. R. So that's true. We send in color. Yeah, we actually send in .r, I think. Test. If test is bigger than 0.9. Oh, of course. We don't use these ones just yet. So let's see here. edge diffuse, edge specular, specular offset, distance. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? Except for this. Fuck, I hate this. What is going on here? But let's not focus on that one now. So what we have now, this one is, we shade this one a little bit differently. So we pretty much don't do truncation here. And if it's pointed straight at the light, we get the same color here and here. Here, for instance, we get this, and then we can do this. So what if we're in full shadow, we get the same colors here and here, and if we're in full light, we get the same colors here and here, but we interpolate a bit more here. That's a good middle ground, isn't it? Just to avoid the flickering. This though. Maybe this one depends on the density of the underlying mesh, because this definitely looks way better than this. But okay, with this, I wonder if we could get like make a stone that looks like this, although I want to make it a little bit prettier, of course. And that is smooth. That's partly smooth and partly flat. This is I think this works pretty good. I mean, it might look a little bit weird here, but we have... I reckon this one should be a little bit lighter. But we can probably find some middle ground. It's like, why are we not seeing... Oh yeah. We don't have any outlines here because the alpha channel is 0. Yeah, true. Okay. Yeah, I want to fix this, or I want to implement this, but I want to make it in I want to implement it in a nicer way. I think I want to incorporate this in all shaders. And one more thing. The thing is, like, for all cell shaded objects, we already utilize the vertex color, but we just utilize the vertex color R. But that means that, like, there's pretty much no extra overhead by adding this data to the green channel. We're already reading it, or already storing it. It's just that right now, so we pretty much have 3 float values, or 2 after this, more that we can utilize without a lot of extra cost. Yeah, definitely want to do this in all cell shade lit. The problem is, I have no idea. I have no idea what color I currently have in G for most of these. Yeah, I think it's the same as red. But if that's true, then I'm pretty sure we don't use... we don't use So if something has 0 in green, which I don't think anything has, damn, it looks very pretty when it's black and white. Too pretty. But yeah, I think we can alter the cell shade lit implementations we already have. And then we start using the green channel, and if it's 0, that's when we want to do flat shading. Jax, I saw you remove the function of specular and Fresnel in shader. Did I? But okay, let's see if we can make, like, this shape. It currently sucks, but if we can make something like this, I wanna mix smooth and cut like this in some way. I wonder how I would do it. Let's try. Maybe. Fucking hell, I'm bad at making these. Looks like a destroyed marble, pretty much. Hmm. This one is honestly pretty good, except for the fact that it's not high resolution enough here. Could we, if we use bisect, could you do a fill? Probably not. Let's see. Bisect tool with fill option checked. I don't see any options though. I see them down here. Okay, let's see. Mesh. Bisect. Ah, there we go. Now we only have draw, cut line and cancel, and then we can snap, flip, move, begin, select. Boolean, 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 boolean. Oh, do we have... Here. Beautiful. I've been doing this in a so unoptimized way. Okay, let's go a little bit crazy here then. So I'm actually gonna take... All of these are shit, except for the first one. And then let's add a icosphere. Oops. And let's do it 4 times maybe. Is that too much? No, probably not. Something like that. And then we start cutting it here. Wish we had a short command for bisect. One sec. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Don't we have a bisect? Let's see if we have mesh. We don't have it here on key map, do we? We do it like this then. Ooh, is this how you do it? That's pretty cool. So right clicking, assign shortcut, press a key. Hmm. Hopefully I don't remove something here, but let's try this. So then we should be able to do... Hmm. Wonder how I should be doing it to get this, like incorporate this. Probably just want it on a tiny piece. Maybe. Now we're starting to... maybe. Maybe something like this, actually. Let's try it. I wonder if it's... Weird, though. Maybe. But this process we just did, I'm wondering if we can get... If we could implement this in a script in Unity and just feed it a seed. So this stone-like creature differs quite a lot. Between each instance, you know? One sec, let's just take a quick look. ChatGPT should... I just want to get a little bit of an insight of how complicated this would be. How is mesh bisecting implement? Or because, like I said, if we implement this in such a way that it can run on a separate thread, so let's say that we instantiate a new instance of a creature, and we instantiate it on a secondary thread, so we can pretty much go, like, time is not a constraint. Get the fuck out. Plane transform. Yeah, it's this one I'm afraid of. Getting the verts. But do they just bisect it without doing any additional fill? Or... Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Please. What's up, this plant? What do you mean pizza roll? Okay, this one is it's gonna become quite complicated when we get into this, I think, but it would be so cool if we had this, I think. We don't want to use this for real time, so we can be extremely specific. Fucking hell, I think I want to do this. Hmm. But yeah, I guess we're gonna change it a bit. But this is a good starting point. I want to make it such that, like, we don't want to create two halves. We just want to cut one and keep one. But I guess that's easy. So we just do positive mesh. Do this one fill as well? Watertight, okay. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, and then because okay, so thinking, so we start with an icosphere maybe, and then we just do cut, 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 cut. We just do X cuts, and that's the end. The base model for the creature. This could lead to, like, if we just do it totally random, then we're probably gonna get shit models most of the time. But we could add some rules for the plane generation, the planes that are gonna bisect, and we like and control so we get a proper fucking result. Like this, I think this is very interesting. Probably want to do some more procedural mesh generation later on. So I think this is a good start. Yeah, let's circle back to this one. I just want to. How fun. Okay, let's see here. I just want to see how this one looks with the new shader in game. I also want to try the eye placement. What happens if we place the eyes on this area right here? Should be okay. Oh, I forgot one of the most important parts. We need to properly... Oops. We need to properly... These normals are actually good. I don't think... Okay, we calculate them. But we need to... If the bisect generation algorithm, like this one, if we can get stuff like this and this, which I think we can, I'm pretty happy. But then also, we're gonna have to handle the custom vertex coloring as well. That is true. Because in this case, let's see here. Vertex paint. So what did I say? Total black. Let's do RGBs. Red and green is what we want to do. So red is outline segment. So each so vertices gets, or faces gets grouped by the red channel value. And or actually it's like this, we render the red channel to the outline texture and then use it in edge detection to get our outlines. So this one helps quite a lot. In getting nice outlines. But let's decide both colors before I continue. So, and then we have 0 here, so flat. So this one, no. This one, we want to have 0, not this one. Okay. So I'm just going to set 1 here. (0.21). Okay. And then we do... So this is stuff we're gonna have to generate in our procedural generation script as well. Yo, what's up, Wormius? How are you doing today? So this one should be 0 for these, and then of course we want to vary this one randomly pretty much. If we want to make sure we can do... like that. Prototype style shading gray with segments. Yeah, but I fucked up, didn't I? Yeah, let's see. We still have instant changes here. Worm is pretty good. How are you? Thank you. Same here. Same here. No complaints. What did we do here? Flat segments. Calculate test. If test is bigger than 0.9, we need to do, so the test we send in should be, we should change it to G, and if test is less than 0.01. Now I think we have it. I think that's pretty fucking cool, honestly. So for this one, we do a cut cell shading, or we truncate it down to 2 colors. I mean, it gives, sometimes it's a little bit weird like this. And for these, we fade, pretty much. A little bit what the fuck happened here? Here we probably want to, it probably looks better in game. Ooh. Why did I forget to... it's this one, right? That looks pretty good, right? That's eating the cookie and keeping it too, I think. I think that's the best middle ground for it, at least. Okay, let's see. I just want to see what happens if we do rigid body. Okay, let's duplicate this one. One sec. We can't spawn eyes on this one yet, because this one, or the generation mesh here, we want to randomize from this one, yeah? Okay, we can fix that first. Let's see here. Okay, so now we have 2 different base meshes. We want to randomize from those. Yeah, we can implement this first, I think. And then we can do the generating the mesh instead of importing it from Blender. I'm just gonna run and make myself a new cup of coffee. I'm gonna need it. So the idea is that we want to alter the creature definition here, or the visuals generators, or generator implementation, such that we generate, or we randomize between two predefined models as a base, and then we do the eye generation as well. And when we do the eye generation, we're gonna have to send this generation mesh in, I think. We'll see how we'll solve it, but yeah. Be right back be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. It took a little bit longer than I thought, but now I have my cup of coffee here, so let's dive into it. So the idea is that I want to randomize the base of these, and initially we're going to use pre-modeled bases. So we already have one, and now we have two. So we want to randomize between those two, and then we want to randomize the rest of the stuff, but we want to use the result of the first randomization when we do the second part. Right. Okay. So I think we're gonna do this first of all. We're gonna open up the prefab here. And prefab mode in context. Yeah, fuck, I worry about box collider as well. When we procedurally generate these models, we're gonna have to calculate properties for outlines and cell shading, so vertex colors, and then we're gonna have to calculate box collider, but I think box collider is pretty easy. But then we're gonna have to generate we're gonna have to generate like what did I call it? I call it anchor points. What script are we missing here? Dynamic entity attribute handler. Fuck it. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I think, okay, first of all, we're gonna generate a very simple box collider. I think we can just take the renderer component, and then we calculate the bounds, or we get the bounds from the renderer component, and then we just use those bounds to create a box collider, which we add. So creature stain, I think we want to do... Ooh, I want to fix this as well. We're going to take this one, vertex paint, okay. So I'm wondering if we should take the mesh filter, put it to none, like this. We're gonna fill it when we create the creature. Rigid body. Fucking hell, we might as well just build it all. But let's take it step by step. So we empty mesh, and we remove box collider as well. Animator we want eventually. Creature, body definition, attribute handler. Okay. So what do we do here? Start, generator, instantiate, generate this. We have our generator and we send in this. I'm still not entirely sure I want it done this way. Like we're sending we're sending the creature in to the generator, and the generator builds the creature. But then we have place visual object. Maybe we could do generator, apply modules. Per generator in definition just generators. Okay, so maybe we can do it like this. We could handle the base model as a visual object. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But then I also wonder what we should do about... Fuck it, let's try it. Maybe we can use it just as it is. Creature sten, creature, or actually we do sten definition. So element 0, I want a name for this one as well. So we're gonna go... Is it visual generator? Yes, it is. Loading domain. Yo, what's up, Sam's Might? You already have a plan on how you're going to make generate terrain for the game? Yeah, we have a pretty good implementation. in place already. We do eye generation, and then I want to add one here. We're gonna it doesn't really matter. It copies the previous one, right? Yeah, okay. So we have eye generation, and I'm gonna call this one body generation. So some might, like, when it comes to the terrain in this game, I'm gonna, like, the whole game, or the initial game, version 1.0, if you will be in a very small area. I don't know exactly how big, but maybe like 200 times 200 meters or something like that. And it's going to be terrain, and the initial look of the terrain is going to be handmade by me, because I have a clear picture of what I want it to look like. But it's basically, this plot of land is given to the player character, so it's going to look a little bit like a dump initially, and then it's up for the player to alter it. Manually sculpt in Blender. No, we have a custom-made terrain system similar to Unity's terrain system in parts, but yeah, it's a texture height based terrain. So we're gonna generate it. I'm gonna make the texture. So I'm just gonna set the initial terrain texture for when the game starts, and then the player will be able to terraform it and alter it quite a lot. Okay, so we have eye generation here. This is weird. Why doesn't it change the name of this one? There we go. Okay, we're gonna call this one body generation. Parent name, we're gonna leave it. It's gonna be root. Generation mesh here, we're gonna go with none. Max number of rejections, we're gonna do 1. Visual object prefab, and here we need to create a prefab. And then quantity range is going to be 1, 1. Allow overlap, yes. Doesn't really matter. And then we're going to remove these. So we have an Sten eye prefab here. Yeah, that's the... I don't want to make a base prefab. We just want to feed it. Can we have a module? Maybe we can do it like this, actually. Generation module, material, position, rotation, scale. I'm wondering if we want to do... Yeah, I think we're gonna have generation module mesh, and that's the first one we start here. And we just do it as an empty. So if the prefab here is empty. Maybe we just create an empty object then. I think that's how I want to do it. Sam Smite, I recently bought a license for Gaia. We're doing some terraforming terrain generation. It's pretty fun. Everything is essentially depth, height, map based, and you just modify that. It's probably not too far off how your solution will work. Never heard of Gaia. Hmm. Yeah, I can imagine a tool like Gaia being incredibly handy when you're doing like big, handmade, open world type of games. Looks pretty fucking cool. Yeah, it's probably not too far off how our terrain works in my game, although our implementation is probably way simplified, you know. Okay, I'm wondering when we do body generation here, is it a hacky way to just, if we don't have a prefab here, that we create it in the module? So I'm thinking visuals generator. Fuck, I should commit this one. I should commit a few things here before we continue. This one. This, yeah, okay. Let's commit it before we continue. Create visual object. Hmm. Okay. Visual property. We've changed the name of them quite a lot. Okay. Okay, one sec. There we go. I have so much uncommitted stuff. Ay, ay, ay. But let's start by adding this material module. So add okay, that's this one, and then I want to add creature visual object. Although we only add renders here. Are we calling this one anywhere? Generation module material. Oh, of course we do. Generation creature visual object. Add renderers. Visual generator is just creature as well. Creature definition. Okay, this one first. Creature definition. And then finally we have creature left. Ooh, this one is related to a lot. It's related to 201, of course, but Okay. Now we can finally continue. So I'm thinking of doing it like this. I'm thinking of, if we keep this simple or empty, we just create an empty game object and then we add stuff to it. But mesh renderer. Maybe. So I'm thinking about having a generation module mesh. Yeah. Yes. Let's try it and see where we end up. So I'm just gonna duplicate this one. Rename it mesh. Generation module mesh. Mesh module. Property name. Oh yeah. Yo, what's up, Fadavi? Okay, this is a very basic mesh module. Basically, what we want here is just private meshes. Or we have it here. So we do it like this, and mesh module entry. And then we just do Fadavi noticed VS Code. Did you use Rider for Unity? Never tried Rider for anything. Heard a lot of good things though. So I think we're just gonna do this visual, or we do mesh filter. like this. And if mesh filter is null, okay, I thought it was add component. It is. And then I also want to do... we're going to leave it like this for now. Or no, we're not. Renderer. But that's true. It's a struct. Let's do... something like this. So the module here would be, or let's say a parent name. We want to do it by root. No generation mesh. Max number of rejections 1. No visual object. We need to fix this. I think you don't need -1 for random selection. Oh yeah, it says max exclusive. Thank you, appreciate it. Fuck, I thought we... Thank you, appreciate it. Fuck, when I did... Yeah, okay, I get it. This one is min inclusive, max inclusive, but as soon as you specify that it's integers, then it becomes max exclusive. 100% correct. Thank you, appreciate it. Quantity 1 allow overlap, yes. Okay, so we just add one module here. We do mesh module. Mesh module entries, we add 2. And then we do prototype cell shading gray with segments. That's going to be the material for both of these. And the meshes are going to be 0, 0. Oops. And 0, 1. Okay, the last thing we need to fix here then is generation mesh. We need to fix this one. And visual object prefab is, if this one is null, we just want to generate an empty object. So here we do object instantiate. We're going to do apply modules, private visual object, instantiate visual object. Do I want to send it in or not? Let's send it in. Yes. Okay, what we do here is we check. Okay, otherwise we do. Is it enough to do this? And we just return this. Okay, so if we don't have a prefab here, now we just create an empty game object and apply visual object or creatures.visual object to it. That's good. I want to try this one soon. So let's see, a parent, we just do it by base. So this one won't have mesh filter or mesh render anymore, which is a little bit sad, I guess. It will have rigid. We need to add rigid body as well. Creature stand definition. Okay, so we should spawning this one first and then eye generation. Eye generation will currently use the generation mesh here. We're gonna have to fix this one as well. I want to clean this up as well. We're gonna create some custom classes or structs. That we can use here. In fact, let's try it. Let's see if it works. Yeah. This is not. Oh, we don't have any. We have a rigid body, but no. Oh, one sec. Fadavi, is there any reason for dynamic generation? Do you have character customization in your game? We have character customization in the game, but like this generation is for our creatures. We're gonna procedurally generate all of them. We're gonna set up some ground rules and then generate them based on an initial seed. And hopefully that will lead to some great variety, and hopefully it will spice up the breeding part of the game as well. So you might want to breed creatures with cool properties. Mesh parser 18. Yeah. Generation mesh. Oh, yes, of course. And generation mesh is not equal to null. A little bit. What do we do with mesh parser later on? We do module debug. Yeah, I don't want to have a mesh parser here. I don't think. But I see that's cool. Yeah, hopefully it will be quite cool in the end. We're taking like baby steps here. We're doing it. We're starting very easy, and then we're gonna make it. Then we're gonna implement harder and harder parts of the generation system. The mesh parser here. Yeah, I think we're gonna do. Okay, well, we're gonna keep it for now, but mesh parser. Let's see if we get an error still. If we do, I'm gonna move mesh parser inside of the modules. Okay, we don't. We actually get eyes. Okay, we get something. Pretty, actually. But what happened with our meshes? So here we have our creatures then. The root object no longer has a mesh renderer. We should have a child mesh renderer somewhere around here, but that's not the case. Ooh, what do we have here? Here we have. We have the modules here, but we don't add them. Okay. So there's one. I want to name these as well. We don't scale them or anything yet, but we will. Okay. Wonder why we don't add them to the base object. Parent name, nothing. Parent name, nothing. These gets added to I know. Visual generation, instantiate visual object. We don't. New game object. String name type. Okay. So we're gonna have to do. We do it like this, and then we return it. We still don't have any box colliders. A new game object. I want to rename this one as well. But here we have one. Here we have another one. But this one, yeah, we used the wrong mesh for it. That's why the eyes are generated like this. We still use this mesh to add eyes to this mesh. But yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad, but doesn't look too good either. Okay. Fuck, where do we want to start? Maybe we should have... Yeah, maybe we should. Maybe we can add a collider module as well. Yeah, I think I want to try that. Oops. Yeah, maybe we can start by doing a generation module mesh module collider. I'm gonna name it collider, but it's gonna be a box collider this first time around. Collider module. So here we're just gonna do let's do it like this: visual object dot game object add component. We're gonna create the collider first. That's what we do here. So we do this, then we do collider center is equal to visual object get bounds. Yeah, fuck, get bounds returns multiple bounds based on colliders. But what if we don't have colliders? Get bounds. If colliders is not equal to null and count is bigger than 0, Then we return this. Otherwise, and then we need to do accumulate, or what is it? Get bounds. What is it? Aggregate. Mm. We just do it like this. Hmm. Now basically I just want to do get all bounds. Let's just do it like this. one more thing. When we create here, we want to set the layer of it as well. We want the layer to be, I don't know, let's see. Now the rigid body here we want, maybe we can set it to dynamic entity internal. I'm thinking about creating some static layer class. For now we can just do and now we have a collider module. Let's see if we can make it work then. We have a mesh module, and then we add one sec, add component box collider visual objects get bounds. Okay, what the hell happens if get bounds if we don't have any renderers either? Check that. If renderers or do I just want to return empty? Nah, we probably want to do it like this. So then we have a collider module here as well for our body generation. Is trigger no? Okay, let's see what we get. We do get a box collider. Center 0, size 0. Sad. So the collider doesn't really do anything. Is it because the bounds of the mesh renderer hasn't updated? Or we do, yeah, we do this in a wake. Of course, it's going to be empty and we're fucked. Okay. Yeah, when we add a mesh to this, we need to update this one. And when we add a collider, we need to update this one. Sync colliders get bounds, get all bounds, place intersects. I'm wondering if I want to have methods like add mesh, set position. Yeah, I think we don't want to do anything like this outside of visual object. Yeah. I want to redesign all of this right now. I just want to make it work. Then we can fix it after. So the problem is that when we get bounds here, we return this. Because in Awake here, we didn't have any renderers. Where do we use this one? Mm. Yeah, we could probably just do it like this right now. So by doing this, I think we will have the latest renderer. We need to sync it as well, that's true. Sync renderers, and we want to do it here for now. Visual. And maybe this isn't too bad. Like I'm torn between either doing it like this or sending information into Visual Object. So Visual Object has, like, if Visual Object should have custom methods for set position, set rotation, set scale, set and so on and so on. It's gonna need to have it for each different module type, I guess. Or if we should just have a couple of these, like sync renderers, sync colliders. So this module has changed the renderers, sync them. Don't know. Fuck. Box collider, center mine. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know how visible it is, but why is this the colliders we get? Center is fucked. Size is fucked. We don't collide with ground either. I think it's because these are on dynamic entity internal. Okay. Hmm. So this one needs to be on another layer, and why do we get this bounce? Get bounce. Hmm. That's pretty cool. Hmm. Wow. Renderer bounce. I need to check when that one syncs. Yo, what's up, Apukas? Hope you had a wonderful weekend, man. And better late than never, right? I'm a little bit worried Bounding box of the render in yeah, of course. Fuck me. Center, we need to do visual object dot transform dot transform point, I think, or inverse transform, right? But we don't want to do this here. Get bounce. The world space bounding volume of the collider. The bounding box rendered in world space. Get bounce. Do we want to do like this, or I think we can skip the scale, honestly, for now. We'll see about it later on. Phuket was a nice weekend, nice. Played Detroit Become Human, pretty insane how they managed to do the choice-based game, how it varies with every choice. I've never played it. I've seen it mentioned quite a lot, and like, I mean, it sounds interesting. It's just it haven't piqued my interest enough for me to actually play it yet. But who knows? Who knows? My weekend was good. I survived, so I'm happy. And the progress is pretty good. We started out slow, but I think we picked up some steam now towards the end. Because it's very cinematic and it's not boring, to be honest. The opening scene was sick. Fuck, am I gonna have to add it to my backlog? Maybe I am. So currently we're just trying to generate It doesn't work still. I'm trying to generate different base modules for our stone creatures. So let's see here. Do we have... Somewhere around here we should have some creatures with a different base. But I'm having a problem with generating the colliders as well after the fact. No idea why. We get these weird colliders instead. Is it because of scaling? I don't think so. Aboga's added to the backlog. Even the damn menu is interacting with you. Fuck, I would love to play it. I'm gonna add it to the backlog and we'll see. We'll see. I do love immersive games, and I've heard it's pretty immersive. Okay, why didn't this work? Like, how does this box collider make any sense? Center to... I mean, this center isn't even world space center for this one, is it? Even if we scaled this one, it wouldn't be correct, no? Apukas, yesterday I finished it and replaying again to see how it will be different. It said it has around 40 endings. Nice. I wonder how like big of a difference it is between the endings as well. Could it be Nah, that should be okay. And we do sync renderers. Apogas, yeah, me too. It's interesting what impact it has. Anyway, about yeah, get back to me and like with how big of a difference is there, depending on choice. Some games do it very well, I think. Most don't. Anyway, about the colliders generation, it seems that when the mesh is generated bigger and scaled down after, and the collider is created first before. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, but I don't think that's the case. We just generate the mesh also. We just have two different meshes and then we randomize which one of those we take. Don't think that one should be bigger. No, I don't think so. 0.5. One sec. So we randomize mesh and then we just add it to the mesh filter and render. And then we sync renders. That's just to make our visual object take this one into account. Is the mesh scale 1:1:1? It should be. Like, the only checks I've done though is just bringing it into the scene like this. And if we do that, we get the correct size. And even though if it was unscaled, we should be seeing it, because we don't scale it. We don't do anything with scale after. So when we have generated them, they should have been bigger or smaller depending on the issue. But the bounds we get here, I find it weird that we can't even get the center correct. So collider center, visual object bounds center. But could it be concerning the parent? I don't think so. World position stays false. I'm scared that... Fuck, we need to fix, so... We'll get to it. I'm scared that the render bounds don't update accordingly. Apogus, could it be that it samples the pivot from empty object instead of mesh? Maybe. I think it's something minor at least. Unfortunately, I won't have the time to fix it today, but we will fix it first thing tomorrow. And then we might start experimenting with this. So generating a mesh by doing multiple bisects. So yeah, we will fix this tomorrow, I'm pretty sure, and continue with the procedural generation, because unfortunately I need to run. But thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it, and have a great rest of this day. Peace.